Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. So again, visualize the white light coming out from Chenrezig's crown into the crown of your head, completely purifying your body of all negativities from the top of your head, every cell of your body, right down to your feet, and everything comes out like dirty laundry water, and that your body is left radiant and pure. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Whatever diseases, whatever illnesses, whatever sicknesses, whatever it is that the body is suffering from, may be completely purified. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, and all the causes that caused that to completely purified, causes and the conditions. And visualize Guru Chenrezig looking at you with great love and compassion. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Padme Hum, Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme. And now visualize from his throat red light coming out, purifying all the negativities of your speech. Teaching us to be more mindful of our speech. Creating the causes to actually have the melodious speech of Chenrezig. Purifying all our negativities, so all of that gets completely purified. Again, like dirty laundry water, leaving our speech to be mellifluous and melodious and pure. And that what comes out can only be beneficial. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme And all the negativities from our mind, especially our mind, because it's our mind that influences our body and our speech. So the mind, as they say, is the forerunner of all things. It is through our mind that we create the karma. And if we engage in positive actions, then what we experience are positive results. And if we engage in negative actions, then what we experience are negative results. So we pray for all the negativities from the minds of all sentient beings to be purified so that we don't create a pandemic condition again, so that we can all live in peace and harmony. We can all learn to live and reach out to each other, to benefit each other in the best way possible, including our environment. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. And as Venerable was saying, the best way to remove our ignorance is, as His Holiness says, through study and through practice, through actually practicing the Dharma. So we hope we create the conditions for the Dharma to actually spread all over the world, for the long lives of our gurus, so that they may be able to travel and spread this message of the Holy Dharma all over the world, and that we as pitiful sentient beings may have the opportunity to continue to listen to the Holy Dharma and to actually learn how to study and how to practice it, so that we create only favorable conditions for ourselves and for all beings and for all world systems. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. And in this way, we imagine that all the negativities of all sentient beings have been purified, body, speech, and mind. And now a bright light comes out from the heart of Chenrezig. And an image of Chenrezig, a form of Chenrezig himself, comes to the crown of our head. And it melts into our hearts, and it transforms each of us sentient beings into Chenrezig. It's easy when we're living in a world like this to forget our own true potential, to realize that our true nature is the Buddha nature, is the nature of Chenrezig. We are the nature of love and compassion. And what has happened is we are just contaminated by all these afflictions and negativities. And if we work systematically to purify and to remove those afflictions, then we regain our true nature, which is nothing but Chenrezig, pure love and compassion and wisdom. So now, keeping that in mind, we do the actual prayer several times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm somebody, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Sarma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And as Venerable was just saying, dedications are very, very important. So we'll take a few minutes to do the extensive dedications that were recommended by Rinpoche. So just give. Sorry about that. to find my dedications. Oops, this is not the right one. Okay, here we go. We'll do it in Tibetan. Changchu semcho rinpoche ma ke panang ke kyu chi ke pa napa me pa yang gong ne gong du pelwar shu. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. May the precious realization of the two stages not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. By their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, may the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, where I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Champel pavu jitar ken padang kuntu zampo deang deshente deda kunji jesu dablok cher geva dida tamche raptyugu duzum shepe gyawa tamche ki go ngangla chotyu gapa de dagi gewe sawa dikun kyang sampo choche raptu gowarji. And then the prayer for the long life of His Holiness. Jiten come there, pende malupa, gangle jungwe, sampeli genor, kadren me. Tenzin gyatsola solwa depso tuje lundrupsho. Then the short long life prayer for Rinpoche. Tupshul changzin changzin wei. Since I couldn't remember that, I'll do the long life prayer. Through illuminating all your appearance dispels the darkness. Your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. You proclaiming dependent arising itself is victorious in battle with the Maras. I worship the supremely kind great Vajradhara on my crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teachings of the Muni, you spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization of the perfection of wisdom, subtle dependent arising. Precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing. Treasury of mastery of the all arising interpretative and definitive scriptures. supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation, perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects from the fears of the three times Aritara, please increase the lifespans and activities of the beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always without separation develop their spontaneous actions. By the infallible deities of the three roots, may all be auspicious. So back to you, Thuptenla. Thank you.
Yeah, it was wonderful to spend time with yours in your session too. I was inspired.
No, no, no. I'm sorry. Like I said, yeah, I mean, I'm in a state where I was sorry for my pathetic singing too. I mean, like my voice is not
Great. And you having a rocking chair or something? It was nice. Rocking the whole session.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was great. I enjoyed what you said and all this,
Thank you,
I find my
Thuptenla.
brothers and sisters quite inspiring. One thing is the
But
teachers.
yeah, this has been a wonderful, actually, really a wonderful opportunity to get to know each other, to hear each other, to learn from each other. So, in a way, yeah, I mean, I really feel blessed too, to have been part of this community, that came together in this particular way. So, it's been a wonderful teaching, actually.
Yeah, I think I will make more effort to watch my brothers and sisters more often. It's well spent time. It's
Yeah,
great to
yeah,
see, like not only to listening to our teachers, but also see what the Sangha has done with all those teachings and how they internalize and use it, and how inspiring we can be to each other. So I think I will make more
right.
efforts.
That's correct.
It's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. See you somewhere. So Diana is connecting, whoever is that. And there's about 12 people on YouTube. I had a look just to see what kind of audience I have. But actually, it's the audience of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and our gurus. It's not my audience. We are watching our gurus in the merit field and doing the prayers together. So we are just in the crowd, all of us, looking ahead and what can be done and doing what can be done. So we take refuge again and again and again and again. We take refuge with all sentient beings together, visualizing at least that they take refuge, we learn to take refuge by our whole being, helping them to be inspired to take refuge in the Guru, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the highest supreme objects of veneration, the best ones to follow. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings. Anyway, why we do it 3 times actually? So it's more intense, more deep, more heartfelt. Every time we do it, like second, it's better than the previous one. More insight, more effective, more intense, more honest, more true. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dharmakaya. Something amazing to go for refuge in. The empty clarity of our minds. The Buddha potential we have. Take refuge in that. We take refuge in ourselves, what we can become. It's amazing. You have the courage to do that. You have the clarity and understanding to take refuge in what we can become, what we can be. It's amazing. There's no space for being like self-deflated and self-defeating, you know? We can do it. We will do it. We must do it. We want to do it. We have everything we need to do it. So let's do it. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So we visualize ourselves as Chenrezig, 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes, and 11 heads, and full of bodhicitta and compassion and love and wisdom and all the good qualities. And then from our hearts, from the mantra, being around the syllable Hri in our hearts, the purifying nectar of bodhicitta streams down to all sentient beings, purifying them of all the ailments and diseases and obscurations. Om Mane Padme Hum. Venerable Pauldron was chanting. I really enjoyed it. So maybe I try I try with myself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, I'm just meditating myself right now, how amazing methods Buddhism actually has. You know, like the more we see sentient beings suffer, it doesn't weight us down. And you know, the more we see them suffer, the more optimistic and courageous we can become. Because we have the methods of Buddha Dharma. We have the ways to think positively, openly. We have the methods what to do and say, like reciting prayers. We have the guidance how to behave in a moral way, in a harmless way, in compassionate ways. Just amazing. Amazing what we can do with our body, speech and mind, having the Dharma, knowing the Dharma, being exposed to Dharma, having taken refuge in the Dharma, aspiring to Buddhahood. You know, seemingly ordinary folks, you know, with 2 legs and arms, most of us, and we are aspiring to lead all sentient beings, everybody, to perfect, purified state. It's like a dream, but it's realistic, because it's rooted in reality. It's completely in sync in what is possible. It's like a dream, but it can become true. There's a well-outlined way how to make that happen. And we have that in the palm of our hands. Complete method, completely explained. We have a sound body and mind to understand that, to engage in that, to make it happen for ourselves and for others. To keep the teachings alive, to continue them, to please our richest friends. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So many doctors in the world busy trying to save people and help people, give them medicine. So many scientists busy in the labs, you know, trying to develop medicine for this disease. So many others busy supporting, you know, helping each other in need. thanks to this disease. So it's completely correct. We make ourselves busy doing these prayers. We do our part. We support all that business, with our part. Creating merits and giving our merits. To make the world a better place. So many people working hard, making themselves busy to make the lives of others easier. This is the best way for us. Becoming Chenrezig. With every recitation, every mala, recited this prayer. Om Mani Padme Hum. And many mantras, many prayers need to come together to make that a powerful energy, force, which will have a major impact on the whole situation. So the doctors don't give up, the scientists don't give up, those who support them don't give up, so the patients don't give up. But always stay optimistic and enthusiastic and hopeful. And if they can, faithful. Om Mani Padme Hum. So how can we make our prayers intense? Our concentration, applying antidotes to our distractions, to our attachment and aversion, being highly motivated for what we do, for compassion, knowing of impermanence, having faith in our own potential to develop the qualities which our gurus have, having faith in our gurus, by being inspired by each other's effort, knowing the benefits, understanding the benefits, seeing the benefits, feeling the benefits. Om Mani Padme Hum. By constantly thinking about the Dharma, by not giving in to distractions, by constantly making effort to avert all distractions, all unhelpful thoughts from our minds. Thinking about the Dharma, looking at everything from the point of view of Dharma. May we become like that. Practicing Dharma with our own minds 24/7. And by that, whatever we do, even though on the outside might look ordinary, it becomes the practice of the Dharma, because our mind becomes Dharma. Then everything we do and say becomes Dharma. And that's the way to heal ourselves and everybody else. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Purifying nectar, streaming from our hearts, reaching all sentient beings, our mothers, purifying them of all ailments and diseases, mental obscurations and limitations, all fear, and transforming them into a fully purified form of Chenrezig. They are becoming Chenrezig through our efforts. That's the best gift we can offer to our mothers. Nothing higher, nothing better. Giving them Buddhahood. Om Mani Padme Hum. So the actual prayer: may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind in every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have reliance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Right now. So, is my sister taking over? Tupten Shani, or who is that? Who is taking over? Continuing the marathon?
Venerable Tupten?
Hello.
I see you're at Nalanda. Your name.
Yeah, I'm at Nalanda, and you?
I'm at Kopan.
Oh, wonderful. Kopan. Spending your time with the Guru. Amazing.
Well, I've been very blessed to have come down to the nunnery things on a pretty regular basis.
Okay, cool. Amazing. Yeah, it's a wonderful marathon. Just watching my brothers and sisters, it's so inspiring. I think I will just watch more and more of these. It's great, it's great. It's nice, like see how they take it, It's great.
And we have so few opportunities to actually gather the Sangha, so seeing each other on these little videos, we get a little introduction.
Yeah, exactly. We get to know each other better through Zoom, than meeting in different places, It's like a retreat. It's amazing. It's great. Okay. All right, please take over.
Okay, thank you so much. So for anyone who is joining in for this session, welcome. I'm really pleased that you can join me. As we mentioned, I'm coming to you from Kopan's Nunnery, where I have been since around February of last year, because it's New Year. So Happy New Year's to everyone. So almost a year now I've been here at the nunnery. And I thought we'd start today with some mantras, because one of the things that you hear at the nunnery all day long, pretty much, whenever the nuns are walking between their classes and their sessions and debate, and especially in the morning on the way to puja, everyone's reciting malas of mantras on the grounds. So Rinpoche loves to give us lots of mantras as options to help enhance our practice. And so we're really lucky, because a lot of these are multiplying mantras. So we can take this amazing merit that we're creating, and then with just a few mantras, multiply it by millions, billions, so many times. So it's, for me, who likes to be lazy, I like the easy way. This is the easy way to create merit, just like rejoicing is a very easy way to create merit. So we can do the mantra for blessing the mala, which is in the practice booklet, The Method to Transform a Suffering Life into Happiness, Including Enlightenment, with Blessing the Speech and Daily Mantras, which is a practice that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has said he'd like all his students to do on a daily basis. And in this practice, there are many different mantras. We're just going to do a couple easy mantras today, but there are many mantras you can do to help multiply your daily merit and set your motivation right in the morning. And so this mantra for blessing the mala is Om Rutsira Mani Pravartaya Hum. We're going to say it 7 times. And then we blow on our mala and give it a good rub. And this increases the power of the mantras we're going to recite from more than 10 million times 1 billion times 100,000 times, which is 1 sextillion times, if you can wrap your head around that number. I haven't figured out how many zeros that is, but that's a lot of zeros. And that's based on a sutra called the Sutra Unfathomable Celestial Mansion, Great Increasing Jewel, Extremely Secret, Accomplishing Sublime Success. So how fantastic is that? So we'll say it 7 times. And you can count it on your mala, which you hopefully have. Om Rutsira Mani Pravartaya Hum. 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 Now we have blessed our malas. And then another easy mantra to do, which is another one that's short and we can do it just 7 times, is the mantra to increase the power of recitation. And in the particular prayer book I have that has this, it doesn't say by how much, but I did a quick search online before coming on and found one reference that said it's by 1 million times, which is a pretty typical number. So you can check up on that, but it's going to be a lot. And so this one is Tayata Om Dare Dare Bendare Soha. So we'll say that one 7 times as well. Tayata Om Dare Dare Bendare Soha. 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 So now I think we've done 1 million times 1 sextillion of multiplying our merit in just a few seconds. So how great is that? Then if you don't have the practice yet, there are links to the practice underneath the video on YouTube that you can click to, both to get the free booklet that has the prayer and then another link to the special dedication verses that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has recommended. And as we do this practice called the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease, you can choose which visualization you like better. I personally like to look at the image of Thangtong Gyalpo, which is in the practice booklet, a beautiful reproduction of one of the tankas, which is a Tibetan painting used for meditation aid. And thinking about his amazing qualities as he's the one who blessed us with this prayer. Or you can also, since this is linked to Avalokiteshvara, visualize Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig with blissful white light rays emanating out to all sentient beings, purifying all harms of body and mind, and especially purifying anything related to COVID-19. So it can be kind of depressing sometimes, thinking about all of the suffering that's happening because of this disease. And so this is a way that we can take what we're hearing in the news and seeing on the internet and transform it into something positive by bringing to mind all of the suffering all over the world, and knowing that we're going to do this practice in order to benefit anyone who is suffering from this disease. And we can also expand our motivation, because the best motivation we can have is to do this practice for all sentient beings, since part of the suffering of being in samsara is that everyone meets conditions where they become sick and die. And so this applies to all sentient beings. It doesn't matter whether they're humans or animals or in any kind of living realm. This can help all sentient beings. So we want to hold them in our mind. And if you're doing that visualization, Chenrezig, purifying all sentient beings, if it's easier for you, you can visualize all those sentient beings in a human form and just spreading out as far as you can imagine. And then we can start the prayer with the motivation and refuge, which we'll say 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then holding whichever visualization you prefer, we'll say the Mani mantra, and I'll chant aloud Mala's worth of the Manis, and then if there's time, we'll just continue by doing some at our own pace, a little more quietly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Money baby, 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 oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby. Oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, money baby, oh money pay me, 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 pay me, money 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 pay me, oh money pay me, 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 oh money pay me, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. And then we'll say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that this prayer has had the exact result of purifying all sentient beings of any sufferings of body and mind, and especially eradicating COVID. Imagining that all sentient beings' bodies are completely purified by the white light. They've achieved this light body, including yourself. In the state that goes beyond all suffering, the state of enlightenment. And imagine how wonderful that would be. While also rejoicing in the fact that we have done this prayer at the advice of our precious, precious Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And we can take all of this merit and now do the dedication verses so that these merits are not wasted on just temporary happinesses of this life, but at the very least will help us in our next life to have a precious human rebirth in order to continue our Dharma practice and as many precious human rebirths as it takes in order to become not only liberated from samsara, but complete the two collections of the Bodhisattva and attain supreme enlightenment in order to benefit all sentient beings. And so we start by saying the prayer to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. To be able to meet practice and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. To always be used by sentient beings, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. To hold sentient beings as precious, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. To abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Dedication to be wish-fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. The dedication for any sentient beings who sees me and so forth to be free from suffering and experience every happiness. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. To seal the merits with emptiness, and we'll pause for just a moment after each point and think for a moment, meditate just a little bit on emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, Achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. To that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. To dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa shine resplendent forever. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So remember, if you're lazy like me, to rejoice in all the merit created by everyone who has been doing these prayers, as well as all of the holy beings, everyone doing positive Dharma actions. Amazing, amazing. And so I believe there's someone who will take over now, perhaps Thupten Tenpa, my dear friend.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Nice to see you. Nice
Nice
surprise.
to see you too. Yep, we're close, but so far away. Thupten Tenpa is up at Kopan Monastery. I'm down at the nunnery. So even though we're in short walking distance, we don't have the opportunity to get together very much. So nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your session. It was very
All right, I leave it with you.
Nicely down in the nunnery.
Yeah, everything's going fine here. Thank you.
Good. And you're keeping well and warm?
Yes. Well, I can't promise warm, but I'm doing my best.
Oh, that's good. It's always a challenge.
Yeah, yeah. And everything's well there? You're well?
Yeah.
Having a happy New Year?
Yes, Happy New Year. Sorry.
That's okay. We said it on WhatsApp, so.
Yeah. No, having a very nice start to the year, calm start to the year.
Good.
So that's good, and I hope everyone else is too. Although the media is making chaos, but I think actually the reality is people seem to be relatively calm from the people I've spoken to or had contact with anyway. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The hype that the media tries to invoke.
It certainly focuses on the negative.
Yeah, which can cause people to kind of then feel more negative and have more anxiety induced, media induced anxiety.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you for leading the next session.
Thank you. Take care. See you soon.
See you soon.
Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're joining from around the world. So my name's Thubten Tempa, and as just discussed with Venerable Choying, I'm here at Kopan Monastery. So Venerable Choying is downhill in the nunnery, so we're just not so far away. So yeah, so here, Kopan, everything is well, and I'm wishing that everyone around the world is well, and a happy new year to everyone. Let's hope that this year brings a lot more stability and good fortune in people's lives. And I think it's good to reflect on the previous year and the challenges that we've faced, and rejoice in being able to overcome them, rejoice that we're still alive, and feel grateful for conditions that we've been able to experience, and taking the conditions that the good fortune that we've obtained and making that meaningful for all those beings who have not been so fortunate, either who have been impacted by the virus directly through their health, people who have lost their lives, many thousands, millions of people whose health has been affected, and all those millions and billions of people whose lives have been inadvertently affected through the effects of the pandemic this past year. So using our good fortune, and we should also use our adverse conditions when we're unfortunate conditions, we should transform them and use them as a motivation to practice and to accumulate merit, to purify negative karma that we've created in the past, which we most definitely have done, which is why we're experiencing either ourselves or in the world around us, even in our environment, if we meet with unfortunate conditions, it's because we've created them through our self-cherishing mind in the past, creating negative karmas of various types. So taking our opportunity to practice in this precious human life, with all the freedoms and endowments that we've received, and being able to meet with the Holy Dharma, and having the inclination to appreciate and to practice for all those beings who are unable to and who have not met with those conditions. So on that basis, we're going to engage in this practice of meditation upon Chenrezig, the compassionate Bodhisattva, the gathering of all, the manifestation of all Buddhas, the 3 times, 10 directions, compassion, and reflecting on the prayer of the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, which liberated Sakya from disease. So first I've put the link to the texts on Google Drive in the chat below this YouTube stream. So going to the first text, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, page 3. So we recite the motivation and the refuge lines. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite likes, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And with taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, which manifest as one's guru, who embodies the three refuges, visualize in the space before us, above the level of the crown of our head. Our root guru appears in the aspect of the great compassionate one, Chenrezig, with pure white holy body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant, the nature of pure white light. He stands upon a variegated lotus and moon. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green and the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left is green. Each of those faces have long, narrow eyes like lotus petals and smiling expressions. Above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and bed fangs. He has orange, flashing hair standing upright, and upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, who gazes down upon us and all sentient beings who surround us, infinite like space. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second right hand holds a crystal mala. The third, lower, right hand holds is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations. And the fourth, right hand, in the center of those, holds a Dharma wheel. And on the left side, second left hand to the uppermost hand, holds a golden lotus. The third hand, which is lower, holds a water vessel. And the fourth, central hand, holds a bow and arrow. And he and his remaining 992 hands are extended in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. And at the palm of each of the 1,000 hands is an eye representing 1,000 Buddhas of this eon. And he is adorned with many precious jewels, ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks, and over his left shoulder is an antelope skin. He has fragrant locks of orange hair which hang around his shoulders. And upon his brow is adorned with the white syllable Om. His throat is adorned with the red syllable Ah, and his heart is adorned with the blue syllable Hum. At his heart is also a moon mandala upon which stands the seed syllable Shri, which is composed of grains glittering like grains of mercury mixing with grains of gold. And light radiates from that, pure white light in all directions, and it rains down upon all sentient beings, pacifying all of their sufferings as it passes into their central channel through the crown of their head and completely purifies all the negativities, obscurations, and delusions collected from beginning's time, and all their sicknesses, diseases, and spirit harms. Then we recite the praise, the requesting praise, requesting prayer to the Great Compassionate One. O Arya, Great Compassionate One, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you, please listen to me, please guide myself, mothers and fathers in all 6 realms to be free quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound pillarless awakening mind may grow, and with a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead with your hand of compassion me and my greatest to fields of bliss. Please, Amitabha and Chenrezig in all my lives, be a virtuous friend, show well the antiseptic pure path, and quickly place us in Buddha's state. Now we recite the 6-syllable mantra and maintain the visualization of the light radiating from the Shri at Chenrezig's heart. And we visualize in the first mala recitation that that light is entering the crown of our own head and entering our central channel and completely purifying all of our own negativities, obscurations, and delusions, which are obstacles to our achieving enlightenment and being able to benefit sentient beings most. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Then with the second mala recitation, we visualize that that light radiating from Chenrezig's heart enters the crowns of all the sentient beings surrounding us. We focus upon that. And the light also radiates from our own heart as we've been purified. And on the tip of each ray of light is a replica of Chenrezig going to the crown of each sentient being, and the light descending from those, purifying all of the negativities, obscurations and delusions, sicknesses, diseases and spirit harms. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Now with the third mala recitation, we visualize that light now becomes multicolored light rays radiating out from the tree at the Chenrezig's heart. and all those replicas of Chenrezig above the crown of each sentient being. And as it descends into the crown of their head, it grants them sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that all sentient beings achieve the enlightened state of Chenrezig and achieve Buddhahood. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani And we visualize that ourselves and all sentient beings have entered the state of Chenrezig, completely pure state of bliss. Our bodies becoming the nature of light, and all sentient beings' bodies in the nature of light surrounding us. And with that, we recite the actual prayer from the text Liberating Sakya from Disease on page 3. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we generate strong faith and conviction that due to the infallibility of karma and its results, cause and effect completely unbetraying, that all these prayers, aspirations, and dedications will be fulfilled. And we rejoice in coming together and engaging in this practice for all sentient beings, all the numberless hell beings, all the numberless preta beings, the numberless animal beings, all the numberless human beings, the numberless asura beings, the numberless sura beings, and all the numberless intermediate state beings, and in particular for all those known to us who are experiencing sicknesses and diseases and unfortunate conditions in their lives. And we go to the dedication text, dedication of the COVID-19 crisis teachings, which was composed by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And we rejoice also in doing this practice, and all those who have done this practice today, who've maintained and sustained this prayerathon for the past few months, and all of our virtues that we've created ever in this life, and all the previous lives that we've had, which are numberless, and all those that we will go on to create in the future, as well as all of those virtues created by the numberless sentient beings, all the bodhisattvas, all the gurus, and all the Buddhas, which are inconceivable. So we go to the first page of the dedications. To actualize, we dedicate for bodhicitta to be actualized in the minds of all sentient beings as swiftly as possible. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. And we pray particularly for the sick and dedicate for them. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And we dedicate for all sentient beings to be the perfect guru in all their lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. We dedicate for all sentient beings to have Lama Tsongkhapa as their direct Mahayana guru in all their future lives. All those who have died from the virus, by the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. We dedicate for ourselves always to be used by sentient beings as they need, like the earth, water, fire, wind, medicines, and monastery firewood. May I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like, without exception and resistance. And we dedicate to always cherish sentient beings more than ourselves, which is the cause of all happiness for ourselves and others. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. We dedicate that we may always abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And we dedicate all of our merits to be sealed with emptiness due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and the numberless sentient beings who exist in mere name, do not exist from their own side. May the I, who exist in mere name, do not exist from my own side, quickly achieve that enlightenment which exists in mere name, does not exist from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who exist in mere name, do not exist from their own side, to that state of Buddhahood which exists in mere name and does not exist from its own side, by oneself alone, who exists in mere name and does not exist from its own side. And then we skip to the long life. We pray for the long, healthy, and stable life of our precious gurus, the manifestations of the 10 direction Buddhas, that all their holy wishes be fulfilled immediately. Firstly, for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And we dedicate, having engaged in this practice, following the advice of our precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for his long life and to all his holy wishes to be fulfilled immediately. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, savor of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And thank you all for joining, and thank you for all those who have helped to keep this prayer-a-thon going, all the people who've led the sessions, and all those helped with the administration and the technical management of things. So thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, to Drachom in the UK, and Venerable Leksuk. Okay, thank you, and sorry for running over time. Or actually, no, I'm not over time.
Just perfect.
Oh, Venerable Joan. How wonderful. We've had Choying, then to me, then to you. So we've had a Copan triptych of sessions.
Interesting. Okay. Here we are coming live to you from Copan.
Okay.
Okay. See you soon.
Yeah. Enjoy your session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So let's start the new session. My name is Joan, and as Venerable Tempa just mentioned, I'm also here at Copan Monastery in Nepal, where I've been since the beginning of the lockdown, to my great fortune. Best place in the world, perhaps, to be in lockdown, especially as Lama Zopa Rinpoche is here and has been, as you know, teaching quite extensively. So let's begin this session by generating a good motivation for doing this practice. And of course, if you already did the previous session, you can continue with either the recitation of the mantra or the prayer, or just meditating on compassion or bodhicitta. So if you're new to the session, we will begin by putting our mind in a good place for doing this recitation. So of course, the best motivation is great compassion and, of course, bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So to generate this strong motivation, we first of all need to develop a very strong feeling for the suffering of ourselves, followed by the suffering of others, so that we can open our hearts to others and generate what Rinpoche calls the ultimate good heart, which is bodhicitta, this altruistic aspiration. So we can begin by contemplating the suffering that, in particular, COVID-19 has been creating in our world for the past 9 months, and looks like we'll go on creating suffering for at least some more months, and maybe longer in places that won't have the fortune to get the vaccination quickly, or won't be able to distribute it quickly, or where there's a lot of resistance perhaps to taking the vaccination. So we can begin by contemplating how this pandemic has impacted our own life, starting with ourselves. How has it affected me? What kind of changes has it brought in my life? What kind of challenges? What kind of difficulties? So by getting in touch with the suffering it causes ourselves, we can understand better the suffering that it's causing others. So let's just think for a moment about how COVID-19 has impacted us personally. And then we can extend this understanding to include others. We can begin with the people we're close to, our people in our family and our friends, and we can, again, think about how this virus has impacted their lives and caused them difficulties, challenges. Maybe somebody you know, somebody you care about has been sick, maybe even lost somebody to this illness. But definitely, even if that hasn't happened, your friends and family have been impacted in challenging ways by the restrictions, the changes in our lifestyle that COVID-19 has brought. Various lockdowns, things that we used to take for granted that we can no longer do. The lifestyle that we used to just live every day of our life suddenly changed very drastically. And in most places, it's still changed. So just for a moment, contemplate the people you know and people you care about, and think about how COVID-19 has impacted them, and open your hearts to them. Develop compassion, wishing them to be free from these difficulties, the suffering that COVID-19 is causing them. And then we can think how COVID-19 has really affected probably almost every human being in this world. For most people, 2020 was a difficult year. And going forward, there might be still some difficult months ahead. So we think of all those who've lost their lives, and we can include them in our prayers. And then all the people who have lost loved ones and are suffering the grief of losing people they care about. And then we can include all those who are currently sick with the illness, some of them in many thousands of people around the world on ventilators, struggling to live. Others in hospital, not yet on ventilators, but worried about how their disease is going to progress, whether they will end up on ventilators, whether they could possibly die from this illness. And then many more at home. Some of them diagnosed, others undiagnosed, but suffering from the tiredness, the cough, the various aches and pains, and different kinds of effects that this illness has on them. Experiencing this suffering and worried that it will get worse. So we really try and open our hearts to all these people. And then we can include also all the others who have been impacted by COVID-19, not necessarily through becoming sick with it, but through all the other consequences of this pandemic, all the different financial difficulties that people are experiencing, the fears that go with these financial difficulties of losing their homes, of losing their jobs, wondering how to feed themselves and their families, wondering how to pay their rent. And then the other consequences, many more emotional consequences that people are experiencing, such as the loneliness, locked up in their houses, unable to see their family and friends, unable to go to work, unable to do the things they used to cause them enjoyment. And then all those who are experiencing the stress, the worry, the fear, the anxiety of getting the illness, or all the different worries and fears that come with this illness. And we can include all the healthcare workers and associated people who are exhausted, tired, risking their lives day after day to help others, to save the lives of others, to prevent others from dying. All the doctors, the nurses, paramedics, ambulance drivers, and then of course many other people in essential services around the world that are every day putting their own lives at risk in order to provide us with food and other necessities. So you can imagine a whole sea of human beings sitting in front of us, our family and friends in front, and then behind them all the other human beings who are experiencing the various sufferings caused by this pandemic. We open our hearts to all of them, thinking how wonderful it would be if they would be free from all this suffering now and forever. We really try to feel that from the depths of our heart. May this come true. May this happen. May this disease immediately be eliminated from the face of this world, and may it never return again. So then, coming from this place of deep compassion and also bodhicitta, the wish to achieve the fully enlightened state of a Buddha, that we may be in the best possible position to guide others out of their suffering by helping them understand that the causes of their suffering actually come from their own mind, their own negative states of mind, and guiding them to develop positive states of mind, the source of all happiness, the source of all their good rebirths, their eventual liberation from samsara, and their own enlightenment. So then together we recite the motivation, taking refuge in our gurus who guide us, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, who enable us to achieve the fully enlightened state of a Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, let me share my screen. Oh, not allowed to. Chenrezig Institute, can we share my screen?
Sorry, 1 minute. I'll just enable it for you.
Thank you.
Try now.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so now we can recite together. Maybe you have the booklet already, but in case you don't, it's easy to read on the screen. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then, before we do the mantra, we can visualize either ourselves as Chenrezig if we have the appropriate empowerment, or visualize Chenrezig above the crown of our head or in front of us. And we imagine that from the heart of Chenrezig, rays of light radiate out, and on the tip of every ray of light, there's another Chenrezig. And these Chenrezig come to the crown of each and every human being that you visualized in front of yourself, all these people who have been affected by COVID-19 in particular, but of course you can also include other people who you know have other illnesses. And then as we recite the mantra, we can visualize the rays of light radiate, nectar radiate down from Chenrezig's heart and enter the crown of the head of all these different sentient beings. And as it does that, it washes away not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, all the mistaken actions that they have done in this life and in past lives that are bringing about the suffering that they're experiencing currently. So you can recite or chant this mantra as works best for you. I don't have a good voice, so I'm just going to recite it, and you can either recite it with me or by yourself. So we do this maintaining the state of deep compassion for all these beings affected by COVID-19, and we try and remember the visualization of Chenrezig. Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame mani pame hunga 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 mani pame mani pame hunga 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 mani pame mani pame hunga 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 mani pame mani pame hunga mani pame hunga mani pame hunga mani pame hunga mani Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So then we can visualize that all the Chenrezigs above the crown of every human being's crown melts into light and absorbs into each one of them. And they all become Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, all their negative karma purified, all their merits fully developed so that they achieve all the qualities, infinite qualities of the body, speech, and mind of a Buddha. And in this way, they never, ever experience suffering again. Not only not from COVID-19, but from every other possible source of mental or physical suffering. Think how wonderful it would be if that were to come true. But unfortunately, of course, it hasn't. So then we recite the prayer, wishing from the depths of our heart that COVID-19 and all other illnesses that torment and cause pain and suffering, physical and mental, to sentient beings may immediately be eliminated and never return again. So recite this prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we do some specific verses of dedication, starting with the verses to actualize bodhicitta and to realize emptiness. These are the two main causes for achieving the state of Chenrezig, the fully enlightened state of a Buddha. So we generate the wish that these realizations of the path to enlightenment may be generated not only in our own mind, but in the minds of all sentient beings everywhere. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So then we do this verse of dedication from Bodhisattva Charyavatara. Lama Zopa Rinpoche has chosen this verse specifically to use during this time of the COVID-19. And the verse is blessed by the bodhicitta in Shantideva's mind. All his words have particular power because of the motivation with which he composed this text. So we recite this verse 3 times. Genuinely a deep, strong wish that not only COVID-19, but all the other illnesses that threaten the life and happiness and well-being of sentient beings immediately be eliminated and never return again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. So I forgot to mention that what we're dedicating here is not only our own merit from doing this short half hour of practice, but we're dedicating all the merits that we've ever created in the past, not only in this life, but in all our past lives, all the merits that we're currently creating in this life, and all the merits that we'll go on to create in the future, in this life and in future lives, all the way up to our own enlightenment, and even as fully enlightened beings. But not only that, then we combine that merit with all the merits of all the Buddhas, past, present, and future. So this merit's inconceivable. Everything that a Buddha does is totally without any self-cherishing thought. It's done totally for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we dedicate all the merit that each one of these enlightened beings, and they themselves are numberless, have created in numberless past lives, are creating now, and will create in the future. And then we combine that with all the merits created by sentient beings, and these include the bodhisattvas, who are also with each breath creating incredible amounts of merit. So these are the merits, past, present, future of ourselves, all the Buddhas and all sentient beings, including the bodhisattvas that we're dedicating when we say these verses. So we combine all these merits and dedicate them, thinking, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigrated beings never occur again. And then we use these next verses to dedicate for all those who've died. And this, of course, includes not just those who died of COVID-19, but in particular, with this practice, we're dedicating that to all those who died from COVID-19 may never ever be reborn in the lower realms. They may be born in a pure line where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the karma for that to happen, that they may receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru. And then by pleasing the mind of this precious holy guru, that they may quickly achieve enlightenment. So we recite these next 3 verses, thinking of all those who died. In all our lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may we enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities, the grounds, and paths, may we quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by all the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And then we recite these verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland, which are basically the essence of all the Lojong practices. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. Lama Zopa Rinpoche explains this means may we become the guru, the virtuous friend of sentient beings, and for this reason that they cherish us and hold us dear. So it's not out of self-cherishing that we make this prayer. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. So here, Lama Zopa Rinpoche reminds us to think not only of human beings, but all the beings in the different realms of existence. May all their negative karma ripen upon my self-cherishing, and may all my virtue, the cause of all happiness, and all my happiness ripen on them. So then we go to this dedication to seal the merits with emptiness, that our merits that we've created may not be destroyed by heresy, wrong view, or by anger. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of our precious holy gurus. So here you can include all your gurus, but we say these 2 verses, one for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and one for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. That these precious beings who guide us, who inspire us, who show us the path to enlightenment, may remain in this world without any obstacles to their health, to their giving teachings for countless numbers of years to come. So for the long life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me for this session. thank you to all the people behind the scenes, to the Chenrezig Institute in particular, for always giving us this technical support that we need in order to make this happen, and also to Venerable Damcha in England, who every week puts together the schedule and inspires us to continue to participate. And then I say hello to Venerable Tendrin. So we're going from Nepal all the way across the ocean to the United States.
To Florida.
Florida.
Where it's hot.
Nice warm Florida. You can see it's a little bit colder here.
Yes. Yes. Well, are you well?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. And you?
Good. Yeah. Yeah. We're getting our vaccines next week.
Oh, even you?
Even me. I'm 65. I qualify, So.
Oh, lucky you. I don't know when that'll happen here. No idea.
I know. It was quite a surprise. We just found out like yesterday. So.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Let us know how it goes.
Yes, will do. Well, take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, Chenrezig Institute. My computer's not working, so I'm on my iPad. So I'm not certain it'll last anyway. So I'm going to do my best. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, no worries.
Okay. Do you know if you can share screen on? Yes. Okay.
Good
Maybe.
to go.
Maybe not.
It should be enabled.
Yeah. Okay, that's not it. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. Did that work? Sort of.
Yep, that's it.
I don't know why this picture's moved. Well, we'll do the best we can. So let's start just by refreshing our motivation, really thinking about all the suffering sentient beings around us. All those who are sick, all those who are worried about those who are sick, all those who are helping those who are sick, all those who are suffering from all the different ways that we suffer from the elements, whether it's floods or winds or fires or earthquakes, all the sufferings from poverty, famine, wars, so much suffering. And just visualize all these sentient beings surrounding you, sitting here with you, and leading them in these prayers, saying these prayers for them. And let's visualize in the space in front a large jewel throne supported by 8 great lions. On top of this is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun disk. On top of this sits the essence of my own root guru in the aspect of a conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, and he has a Ganesha on the top of his head. Shakyamuni Buddha has 1 face and 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar, the medicine that can cure us of all of our afflictions. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned by the marks and signs. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. All of these beings in the merit field are in the aspect of being pleased with me. By remembering their kindness, qualities and kindness, I feel great devotion towards them. From beginningless time until now, I and all other sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times, especially the sufferings of the evil gone realms. Still, it is difficult to see the end of samsara, to see the depth of suffering. At this time, I've received a perfect human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which are difficult to find, but once found is highly meaningful. It can be used to be able to say prayers like this for others, to gain a good rebirth, liberation, and even enlightenment. Who has the power to protect us all from these sufferings? Only the Guru and the 3 rare sublime ones abiding in front of us. I must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all other sentient beings. Therefore, I'm going to take refuge in my Guru and the 3 rare sublime ones. So from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, as our precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche advises to recite to benefit all of those around the world who are suffering from this pandemic. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that a replica of Shakyamuni Buddha absorbs into you, and you are transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha. Light rays radiate from you. They bless and enlighten all sentient beings, transforming them into the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, and feel great joy. Then recognizing this is just our imagination, all of us suffering sentient beings still have delusions in our mind. Visualize in the space in front so we can recite the mantra of great compassion for the benefit of all of us suffering sentient beings. 1,000-armed Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. So we'll recite the Mani Mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Recite the prayer from these jumbled verses with tongue move. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's recite some more money mantras. And while we're reciting the money mantras, we can visualize radiating light from the heart of Chenrezig, reaching all sentient beings, purifying us all of our obscurations, negativities, bringing us exactly what we need for our peace of mind, our good health, all the things we need. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani And again, let's recite the prayer. May all sentient beings that sadden the minds of sentient beings. It's not right. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll recite the Mani mantras, another mala. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can recite the swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa, another prayer that precious teacher Lama Zopa Rinpoche said may benefit us during this time of the pandemic. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Luzandrapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordial, pure, clear light, uninterrupted, natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Luzandrapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Luzandrapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic, disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petaled lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the successions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Luzandrapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tashita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And now we can say the dedications. Repeat this out. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious Gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that way that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the three times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, happy or unhappy, fighting or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long lives of our precious teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Save the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for our precious, long, healthy, happy life, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you will uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones. Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Chenrezig.
Hello.
Who is next on the schedule?
We have Venerable Amy with us.
Oh, okay. I can't see anything. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, hello, Venerable Amy.
Hello, Venerable Tendrin. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely
I
to
hope you're finding
footsteps once again.
right. Well, I hope you're fine and warm up in Pennsylvania. So
yes, I hope you're well and wishing you all the best for your retreat.
Thank you very much. Yes, back to it.
Great. Hope it's all going well.
Yes, it's going fine. And I'm getting vaccinated next week. So people in Florida are, very lucky. So.
Yep, that's great. Wonderful.
All right. Bye-bye.
Please be well. Thank you so much for joining. And let's begin by just settling, once again, checking our motivation and really directing our mind in a really positive way so that regardless of the circumstances around us, we can stay buoyant, calm, spacious, and to really consider, we have the blessings of doing this practice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche to bless our minds. And with guidance like that, it can help us streamline our path to enlightenment. And as an enlightened being, as a Buddha, we're unlimited in benefiting all living beings. So with that in mind, that's really the purpose of why we're doing these practices, and to benefit the planet like that. So we're going to begin with the Vajra armor. So please visualize in the space in front is this blue, dark blue-black Vajrapani. And let me know if at any time you can't see the screen or what I'm sharing. So he's standing surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. And out of all the pores of his body come all the signs of purification, like black Garudas, which is this figure above him, things like that, looking like that. Iron pigs, scorpions, all emanating from every pore of his body, going to the entire planet and cleansing it. Imagine of COVID and all diseases. And then also coming, he's in the space in front facing you. He's about 6 inches in height, slightly higher than the level of your forehead. And imagine those rays are also coming over to you and entering you through your body, speech, and mind. So through forehead, throat, and heart, and cleansing you again of all imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra right here. Benza pe umbema shabari pe nembar shignaga nentayata sarva vedita hanana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe umpema shabari pe nembar shignaga nentayata sarva vedita hanana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempa shik nagan tayata sarvavarita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth and blow your exhalation up your nose because you just blessed your speech with this very powerful mantra. So feel the continued purification. You can blow on a liquid that you have to drink, blow on the surface a few times, take a few sips, again, continuing to feel that purification. And imagine the Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness, lacks any inherent nature whatsoever, does not at all exist the way he appears. And imagine from that wisdom arises over top of your crown black Manjushri. This is a version of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, holding that sword that cuts delusion and in this way drives out disease. So a similar visualization of the light rays coming from all the pores of his body. Signs of purification descending down through the crown of your head, driving out COVID, any imbalances, body and mind, and also emanating from his body to the whole planet and easing the planet of this virus and this pandemic as we recite his mantra. Om daso chuso jo taso jo miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningola jo kala ja kam sham dram pe soha. Please visualize the Black Manjushri over top your crown. Slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. And just believe you've definitely purified something. Just have faith as much as you can. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. We'll recite this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra right there. And we're going to be, as best as you can, gazing at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll recite this actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we're going to do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 1 more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. This is pacifying the danger of weapons. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassionate eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. The request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So before we do the dedication prayers, I'll bring a little bit of His Holiness here. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. And just before we do the dedication prayers, I'm making tsatsas I'm making tsatsas. And they're all in different colors and they're different forms. If you're interested, I can send these to you if you're okay to cover the shipping. So domestically in the US, a medium-sized box, I can pack up some, is about $15 to $20. So send me an email and I will send you some photos of the different ones. These are the ones I'm making the most of. So it's Miktrupa, which is Akshobhya in Sanskrit. They purify vows with the guru, and they're coming out really, really well. And then if you make any extra donations, it goes right back into the materials. It's a bit of an expensive nundro, and Rinpoche had given me 200,000 to make. So I'm trying to finish. I have about 25,000 left of images, not tiles, but images. This is 20 images like that. And so it's a rigorous practice. I feel like it purifies the earth element, the body, and I've only been doing them for a couple of weeks and my body is completely aching right now. I'm really like purifying, like I'm like, uh-oh, things are happening. Yeah, it's bizarre. So anyway, it's all going well. Let me know. So let's dedicate whatever positive energy we've created from our time together. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you, Chenrezig, for hosting, and Shanti Deva Center for hosting. And also to let you know, Sundays this entire month, from 7 to 8 p.m. East Coast US time, I'm leading an hour for our Santa Fe Center about mindful self-compassion in difficult times. So if you're interested, just an hour, Sunday evenings, feel free to pull in. I think it's on my website, but it will certainly be on their website. And I can give you information about that if you can't find it. I'd like to dedicate to people suffering right now, Norma Harris, these people from cancer, Norma Harris, Peter Kay, recovering from cancer, Kathleen Rothfeld, if we can send some extra help to them. Isabel Gonzalez in a nursing home in Austin, Texas, where 65 of the 100 people have gotten COVID. Fortunately, most of them recovered, but she is COVID free for now. So that she's hoping to get the vaccine January 11th. So hoping she can hang on a little longer. And for all the people with COVID around the planet, I think we're in the last hard throes of this month. And then hopefully the vaccine will start to get to more people. So for all of them to be healed instantly, for those who've passed away, may they immediately take a good rebirth to become enlightened, to benefit all. And let's do these dedication prayers from Rinpoche. Chanchu Sancho Rinpoche, Ma ke panam ke gyurchik, ke panyam pa me pa yi, gone gondu pelwar sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And let's dedicate with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much. I forgot to mention also there's a day-long I'm doing for Shanti Deva in January. So you can find, I think you can find all that on my website. Lovely to see all of you. Please take care, please be well, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm not sure who I'm handing off to.
Thank you, Venerable Amy. Chenrezig Institute will take over.
Thank you so much for hosting.
Our pleasure. No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, so we take a few moments to settle in the present moment, placing our thoughts onto the natural inhalation and exhalation of our breath. And those of you who has been participating the earlier sessions, then just simply try to remain the flow of the focus, the meditation, the virtues infuse present in the being. Now take a few moments to visualize the compassionate Buddha in the aspect of precious, the root guru, like here, like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, or your individual root gurus, on top of your crown, who is embodiment of compassionate Buddha Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' compassion. Who is holding all the enlightened qualities. Who is also oneness, or the one taste with all the lineage gurus of this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And surrounded by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, deities, Dakadakinis, Dharmapalas. So there, now we refresh our refuge. First, try to actualize irreversible faith and conviction in the object of refuge. Then after that, according with the practice sadhana, while we are reciting the refuge prayer, then we refresh our refuge practice. Since this practice is especially guided, inspired, advised by our most precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So therefore, if we can visualize the center of the refuge field, the Guru that we have just actualized on top of your crown, if we are able to do that in the aspect of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and since this practice is especially fulfilling precious Guru's holy wishes, and during the recitations of the Om Mani Padme Hum and throughout the sadhana, when we do the visualizations of light rays and the nectar, which is one of very powerful tool where we bring or the drive the blessings, the protections, the healings, from the object of refuge or object of merit field. And if this is especially centering through root Guru, then the practice is going to be most powerful. In particularly in relation to this practice, it will be most powerful if we are able to visualize Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the center of the merit field or center of the refuge field. The Nirvana Kaya, the Guru aspect of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whatever image that we are familiar with, and not just in the form of picture or just imagine image, but then try to have a mental image of being absolute, real Kyabje Rinpoche reciting on top of our crown, and who is carrying, who is adorned with all the major and minor marks of the enlightened one, who manifesting from every pose, every existence of Rinpoche's being is illustrations of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' qualities. And those qualities and those realizations and those enlightened blessings channel through infinite light rays to ourselves and to entire numberless sentient being. And in particularly, this practice is initiated or advised by Rinpoche to heal the pandemic crisis. So therefore, the light rays specifically shine on the entire humanity without any discriminations, like how the sun shines without any discriminations in every object, similar way. So then during the recitation of the mantra, we can do the general understanding of purification practice, like how we learn from Vajrasattva practice, the 3 types of purification meditations. We can also engage that. But here the meditation of deity is Chenrezig, and who is manifesting in the Nirmanakaya aspect of Guru form, Rinpoche. Or simply through light rays and nectar, just purifying the entire pandemic, entire sufferings, and its causes, the karma and the delusion of entire numberless sentient beings. Then, like the light rays, like the hook or the like a hand, and lead all sentient beings to the state of freedom from all these sicknesses, all these challenges, and abide them in the state of no more suffering, no more causes and conditions of suffering, the state of Guru Buddha, the Chenrezig. So when we recite the first line, then also try to generate altruistic motivation. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidam, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. So try to reinforce the stable refuge practice, then as well as the altruistic the intention for this practice. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and while reciting, do the visualization, the lights and nectar flow, and bring about the healing and abiding all sentient beings in the state of Guru Chenrezig. So we will recite about few malas. Then after that, again we go back to the recitation of the refuge and bodhicitta practice. Then again recite the mantra, and so we will do a few rounds that. Then after that, then we will do the dedication at the end. Om mani beme hum, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Yeah, I think we don't have much time, so we will do the dedication. Then again, we go back and do the few rounds of like that. So when we do the dedication, in particularly here, Rinpoche have already done extensive, dedications to overcome this pandemic crisis. So on top of whatever extensive dedication that one individually does, then especially whatever Rinpoche have dedicated for us to conduct these practices, all those aspirations and prayers and wishes of Rinpoche be fulfilled instantly without delaying even a moment, by clearing all the inner outer secret obstacles and actualizing all the inner outer secret conducive conditions. May all the disease that sadden the mind of the sentient beings that result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirit, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of the interferers and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma practitioners, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of ineffability of the karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So we will do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that saddened by the mind of sentient beings, the result of the karma and the temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirit, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of those names terrifying beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the inevitability of the karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like a space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the yidams, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 mani beme ho. Om mani beme ho, 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 So we do the dedication. May all the disease that saddened by the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and the mind have radiant the power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of inalienability of the karma and the result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So now we do a short general dedication prayer. First, we will do the bodhicitta, then emptiness, then unification of great bliss and emptiness, tantra, then long life prayer of His Honesty Chenrezig Dalai Lama, then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. O Chanjo Semjo Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho, Tonye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Rinye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Gyuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Kare rave gove shingamde pendande wa male juwe ne chere siwa tenzin jazo ye shabe sede bado denjoro. Tozo janje jangwe jawe den zinjo bebe kuzo dobo je chosung gove leme dodo ba daso duje gundo shabde. Jambe bawe jeta jemba dang gundo zambo deya de shinje deda gunje jeso dalo je jawa deda tamje rabdo ngo tesun shebe jawa tamje de ngo gangla chudo ngaba de daje jewe zawa de zambo jeje rabdo ngo warai ye. Thank you.
Good morning, Geshe-la.
Tele Venerable Jaden Dundubla.
It's Robina.
Hi, Venerable Rabbeinu, the Guru is empty in this instance. It's just a...
Oh, okay, as YouTube. Okay. Well, hello.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. I'm here. Morning in wherever we are in the world, God knows. Everybody, happy to see you all. Good. Jason, what time are you there? Come on, what's going on? Australia's changed its clocks. No, you're
we're in Perth.
Oh, you're in Perth, of course.
Yes.
Okay, that's right. You're in Perth. No wonder you got. Okay, good. So you want 11 o'clock there?
10 p.m.
Yeah.
10 p.m. Okay, good. All right. So good, everybody. And then the London, the UK people. There's Singapore. Everybody. Good. Isla in Scotland. Viva in the UK. Yuval, I forgot where you live. Where do you live? Where?
Amsterdam in the Netherlands.
That's right, exactly. Okay. So here we go. We pray again. Just reminding ourselves what we're doing. Reminding ourselves of what we're doing. Lama Zopa Rinpoche asked us to until COVID-19 ends. So we could be here till we're dead. And that's okay, why not? Doing this prayer by some Sakya Lama who just by doing it fixed up this plague or this, whatever it was, pandemic in Tibet. So we do that, and we combine with thinking about the Buddha Chenrezig. So remember, the Buddha is the actual mind, but the Buddhas manifest in bodies to help us because we can't access their mind. So this aspect of the Buddha is compassion, kindness. It's a peaceful aspect. White, male, holding, visualizing in the sky, okay? This is Sambhogakaya. This is the enjoyment body aspect of the Buddha. The yogis, the great meditators, the Arya bodhisattvas, those who've realized emptiness, the bodhisattvas, their minds are so subtle, they're so powerful, they can visualize, they can see the Buddha in this form. We can see the Nirmanakaya if we're fortunate, like Shakyamuni Buddha, you know, the emanation body. So this is the Sambhogakaya, looking gorgeous, not like the monk, but looking kind of in this bodhisattva style, looking totally beautiful, meant to energize us, lift our hearts, lift our minds. Radiant light, beautiful hair held up in a top knot, this silken kind of clothes. He's sitting in full lotus position. He's holding a wishful-filling jewel in his hands and the prayer mudra in his first two hands, and the second two holding aloft about the level of his ear, I think, a mala and a crystal mala and a lotus. And his shoulder, there's an antelope skin. It shows his peaceful nature. So also think of the Buddha. It's so important to think of, you know, the Buddha as a manifestation. He's like a mirror image of what we want to become. So when we do these different practices, it's to help us energize those parts of ourselves. So here we're trying to, you know, they've got all the qualities of the Buddha, all the power, all the wisdom. But here the aspect, the show, is the compassion one, the soft one. There's also wrathful compassion ones for the tough-headed ones who need to be knocked around a bit. But this is a peaceful aspect. And his mantra, the Sanskrit sounds, Om Mani Padme Hum, I like the sound manifestation of the same energy. So and if we have a spiritual teacher, it makes it personal. It makes, you know, that Buddha is our teacher, our Lama's mind manifesting as Chenrezig for us and for the sake of all sentient beings. Okay. And so now he sends beams of light. Now, first of all, we imagine. First of all, no, this is called inviting the wisdom beings. This next little step, we imagine at his brow a white Om, at his throat a red R, at his heart a blue Hung. These are the Sanskrit syllables, and they represent the enlightened body, speech, and mind. So light goes out from his blue Hung at his heart, out to the whole universe, all the 10 directions. And it hooks the energy, the actual Buddhas and their abodes, the actual Buddhas, Sambhogakaya Buddhas, the Chenrezigs throughout the universe, hooks the energy of there, and this all comes back with the light and absorbs back into the blue Hung and Lama Chenrezig's heart. And now he becomes the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Vibrant, amazing, living, actual. This is not meant to be fantasy. This is actual. So powerful. Now, with such compassion, we request, you know, with our thoughts of reliance, refuge, just thinking, you know, in our own words, thinking, how marvelous to have somebody to rely upon. That we, due to our virtuous past karma, we've got this karmic connection with the Buddhas. That's the hard work we've done that we can now recognize. So this is what refuge means: delighting in, you know, finding this good doctor who can give us the methods to help us heal ourselves and others. That's refuge. It's the meaning, reliance, thinking like that. Be happy. So now now we see all the sentient beings in all the realms of existence. You know, Buddha talks about the 6 realms within samsara, 6 realms within the desire realm. You also got the formless realm and the form realm, these more subtle beings. This is from the Hindus who've conquered so much but haven't gone all the way. They haven't realized emptiness, according to the Buddha. That's where he diverged. Then all the beings, entire beings, all the beings of the universe who aren't Buddhas, the sentient beings and Buddhas, that's it. So we visualize all of them. No, not the bodhisattvas, they're okay. we visualize them all as humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. But it's the hell realm, it's the most intense suffering, the manifestation of anger, and the suffering of attachment, all the suffering spirits, the attachment of ignorance, all the animals, and all the crazy humans who think who think we won the lottery, but actually our suffering is more subtle. The suffering of change. But at least as humans, it's the best of a bad lot. We can get enlightened, we can use our intelligence. But also all the gods and all the formless and form beings, all of them in the form of humans throughout the universe, in front of us, above, behind, to the sides, below, the whole universe full of them. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately. No, sorry, think of them as friends, enemies, and strangers. This is a helpful one. Right in front, the enemies. To the left, your friends, and the rest, all the strangers. They all want to be happy. They all don't want to suffer. They're all lost. They don't know the methods. They say that the ignorance of cause and effect, forget about the ignorance of ultimate reality, but the ignorance of cause and effect is the basis of the unbelievable compassion of the bodhisattvas for all of us. Continually trying to get happy, but doing exactly the opposite. Like exactly the opposite. For all these sentient beings. So Lama Chenrezig sends from his brow these radiant beams of white light that enter into the brow of every single of us and every single one. And now we imagine instantly purifying all the suffering of our bodies, which is from past harming, from past killing, all the suffering of our bodies, instantly alleviating all that suffering. How amazing. But also purifying all the karmic seeds from the past harming. And those seeds are waiting for the conditions to ripen as even more suffering. And we do not want suffering. And surely these sentient beings don't want either. So this light filling every one of us, every one of us. And I forgot to say our other little prayer, our little refuge prayer, and then we can say the mantras. I forgot. So we reiterate that reliance we just felt before. So we rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's the real refuge. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The actual Buddha, that's the actual enlightened mind. And now we sing the mantra as we visualize all these suffering sentient beings be purified, their body, their suffering of their bodies, and the causes of that suffering, which is the harming in the past of killing and harming, harming sentient beings with our bodies. And as the sound of our mantra goes out, whoever hears it, they're going to be blessed. So we're from all over the world. How amazing. People in Amsterdam, people in England, people in Australia, going to hear this. All the little sentient beings in the sky and the air, they're going to hear this mantra. It blesses. That's what's so amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly visualizing as we sing to ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. mani peme hung. So now we recite our prayer a few times, alternating between these. May all, and the thing is, again, think about prayer and think about mind. Some of the prayers are just aspirations, wanting things to happen strongly. But as Lama Zopa says, everything exists on the tip of the wish. If you want a boss inside us, there's no soul or self in there. We don't make a separate thing. The mind is the boss. But what part of the mind, what is the first thing that starts everything? It's called intention. I will, volition. So may I, that's you want, I want. That's the first one. So that's a super powerful thought. So whatever we want, the stronger the thought, the stronger the aspiration, the stronger the wanting. In this case, something pure, something altruistic, Normally, it's just attachment. That's why we get everything we want, because we've caused it with attachment. It's logical. It's not crossing your fingers, it's logic. So every thought we have sows a seed in the mind, So with strong aspiration, strong wish for suffering, sentient beings to be free of suffering. That strong aspiration, strong wish. We say these thoughts, And we're having Lama Chenrezig there. When the Buddhas are involved, it's 1,000,000 times more powerful. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled, these wishes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings, all embodied because millions of other beings have like the fire bodies and light and the air bodies, the spirits and the hell beings, they don't have these acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases like us and animals, The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And if we've got that, don't just take it for granted. It's because our virtuous, non-killing karma, each second, is ripening in terms of the environment and is ripening in terms of our experiences. We cause that. Don't feel lucky. We work so hard for it. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. I mean, karma is the cause of everything, but if you don't meet the condition, it won't ripen, So you've got the karmic seeds, so the condition comes and the seed manifests. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just for the people who haven't known before, just keep saying Om Mani Padme Hum while I'm looking for those explanations. Remember I asked, I have to find it. Remember I asked one Lama, I think I haven't got them here, I have to find them for next time. Oh, here we go, yeah. Gyalpo Rinpoche, who's a reincarnation of Lama Yeshe, one of Lama Yeshe's gurus. He runs the Maitripa College, like a university really, in Portland in Oregon. And I asked him the meaning of some of these words. So this is what he said, just to remind us. So verse 1, where we talk about all temporary conditions. Karma is the seed, and the temporary conditions are like that's the thing. Temporary conditions, the seed is the main cause of the rose, but the temporary conditions are the water, the sun and the soil and so forth. Everything's like this. So karma's like that. So graha spirits and bhutas. So a graha spirit is just simply one of the many spirits, the realm of existence, of very, very suffering beings who also can be harmful. Many of these spirits are super harmful. They can cause incredible sicknesses if you upset them. Like if you go out in the bush, and you go pee under a tree, and some spirits that live around, they get very upset. So they cause you sickness, they cause you harm. And some are just plain suffering. And then it harms us because, okay, so a lot of mental illness is caused by these spirits, as he's saying, like bipolar, what the world calls. And some of them are kind of ghosts. So some of them harm mentally, some harm physically, and some just suffer, or ghosts who haunt houses. That's beings who lived in that house as humans and are so attached to it and then reborn as a spirit. So watch out for attachment. So the other kind is also, then the bhutas are like another kind of spirit, are like what they call the hungry ghosts. Just the manifestation of incredible, unbelievable craving and grasping and never able to get what you want. There's some pretas, they call in Sanskrit. And then you've got the 80,000 classes of interferers. So, and the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases. Well, the 80,000 interferers they talk about all these different, from anger, the male spirits, 21,000 of them, and from ignorance, all the nagas. There's another kind of spirit, there's 21,000 of them. And only from attachment, all the female spirits, 21,000 of them. And then there's 21,000 of all of them. So lots of different beings, all resulting from different states of mind, all resulting from different delusions. And then the 360 evil spirits, they bring like so anxiety and distract us from the right path. So we can see in the world the incredible levels of anxiety. This is literally sometimes caused by these spirits, There's so many beings in the universe that we can't see. The world is full of them, our rooms or wherever we are. Some places much more than others. Some places like bars where there's alcohol or drugs, or where there are a lot of really unhappy people, like in prisons. Sometimes when I visited prisons, you really can feel the presence of so many suffering beings, People, so many haunted, literally humans are haunted by them. So much suffering, all these spirits. They cause so much suffering. Anyway. There's information, it's helpful. So may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. I mean, the thing is, there's so many beings around that we can't see. It's such as spirits, all these different kinds, all beings who've been like us, who due to delusions are now suffering in these different ways, as well as the animals who are suffering. But then we've got all the holy beings, all the bodhisattvas, even many beings in the gods who aren't even enlightened yet can be useful. The devas, they can be helpful. So there are many helpful beings, and especially the Buddhas and bodhisattvas, and many, many harmful ones. So depending on our karma, if we don't have many bad things happen, it's because we've got incredible protection. This is the Buddhist way of putting it. Otherwise, it's more than what we can see, So how fortunate if we don't have much of this sickness, because we've got protection from the Buddhas, because of our own hard work, our own merit, our own karmic connections. We're very fortunate. So we must use that, not waste it, to help others. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that are like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, seeing all these beings in the universe, all their suffering, and all them, again, Lama Chenrezig sending them from his brow, the beams of white light entering into every single one of us, annihilating the suffering itself, freeing them all. Imagine just instantly being free of that suffering, the joy for the sentient beings, and then free, especially purifying the karmic seeds of all the past harming that haven't yet ripened, purifying all of those before the suffering happens. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Of course, I forgot, though, especially this is for the people with COVID-19, you know, in some countries, it's just manifesting. Now they're finding new strains of it. I mean, Lord knows when this is going to end, you know, so unbelievable. No matter how strict you are. In Australia, you know, they really were so strict. Now in one new case, 2 new cases come and then good, you have to have quarantine again. It's so hard to stop. This is this past karma, especially of killing and all the suffering beings harming us. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Continue to visualize, wanting it, imagining all the beings being free of suffering. I mean, partly what we're doing here, we're not necessarily doing the healing ourselves. And what we're doing is by having these thoughts and doing these things, we're growing ourselves into bodhisattvas. We're growing this wish not to, wish that others don't suffer, the wish that we can do this, the wish that we'll be able to. And eventually when we're bodhisattvas, we will have the power. We're sort of becoming bodhisattvas, and we're molding our minds. Lama Zopa says we can mold our minds into any shape we're like. By doing these prayers and aspirations, we're molding our mind into the mind of a bodhisattva. We're training ourselves. Marvelous. Have confidence. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Think of bodhisattvas, think of how we're trying to become as like a parent. If you've got children, and this is your children's sick, you know how you'd be. You would never for 1 second not have them in your mind. You would never for 1 second stop trying to find methods. That's the intensity of the bodhisattvas. It feels exhausting even to think about it, but that's the extent of their compassion and love, as if every child, every being was their precious child suffering. That's why they never sleep. That's why they never stop manifesting in bodies. Even the lowest level bodhisattva is capable of manifesting in 100 different bodies throughout the universe, never stopping helping others. So we're trying to become like that with these aspirations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Also, we think, we're trying to become bodhisattvas, then we think, well, how are we going to help? Well, right now, due to our karma, we've got different skills. Some of us can write. Some of us have resources. Some of us, so we train ourselves in this life with whatever capabilities we have. Whether it's resources, whether it's riches, whether it's you're an architect, whether you're whatever you are, you're using that underpinned by your bodhicitta. So you're using whatever skills we've got in this life We think it's due to our past virtue. So how tragic to waste them. We're using them to be of benefit to sentient beings. Even if you're good at sweeping the floor, you do that to benefit sentient beings. Whatever we've got, we use that. That's how we train ourselves, mold our minds into the mind of a bodhisattva and Buddha. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we'll do the complete visualization, purifying body, speech, and mind. So again, we do the body. Lama Chenrezig sending these radiant laser beams from his brow, from the white Om on his brow, entering into our brow and the brows of every single suffering being in front of us, behind, below, above, to the sides, wherever. Entering in instantly, and it instantly annihilates the suffering of the bodies right now, the pain and suffering right now. How amazing. And then, but the main one, it purifies, it instantly annihilates the seeds, the trillions of karmic seeds from past harming that have programmed all our minds, purifying all of this before the suffering ripens. How amazing. Really visualizing, wanting this. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So now, Lama Chenrezig very compassionately sends these red beams from the red R at his throat, entering instantly into all the throats of all of us throughout the universe, instantly purifying. And this is especially for us humans, you know. This, all the sounds. Well, animals can use abuse. They abuse each other. They terrify each other, don't they, with their big sounds. So that one certainly. So all the harm. Now, when you think of ourselves, all the rubbish of our speech. You know, sometimes we're not clear. We can't express ourselves clearly. We say the wrong thing when we mean the right thing. We lie when we don't mean to. We speculate. We use harsh language. We badmouth behind backs. This is suffering for us as well. These are the causes, all the causes of our suffering. But the thing is, so thinking all the unhappiness of our speech, especially the inability to help people, you know, all of this totally purified, all the sentient beings, and purifying especially the causes, which is all of this. But also speech, all the karmas, negative karmas, body, speech, and mind, all have the 4 results. So the environmental results of speech, you know, for example, the environmental result of harsh speech is you're born in a place where literally nothing grows, you know, literally nothing grows. So all the actions, body, speech, and mind bring all the 4 results: environment, experiences, tendency, and types of rebirth. So we visualize all this negative speech, purifying completely all the results. This red light pouring into our throats. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from the blue hung at his heart, the center of his chest, the heart chakra, radiant beams of blue light. So this purifies all the suffering of the mind, you know. Some animals, in the West, we don't even call what they've got as a mind, you know. We don't think they suffer. But Lama Zopa said, even if you could just have for a moment, a direct experience of the mind of your little dog, your little cat, a direct experience of their mind, the suffering, that means the mental suffering of what? Of intense, unbelievable ignorance and all the other delusions. The suffering will be so unbearable. We'd never want to waste another precious second of this precious human life. That's pretty powerful. That's not what we think. That's the cognition of the great beings, you know. So imagine all the suffering of the minds, our minds, all the torture, the torment, and the misery, and the anxiety, and the fears, and the worry, and the anger, and the rage, and the depression. I mean, that's us, the humans, and we've got access to our virtues. Can you imagine the animals who can't access their virtues, and the torment of the spirits, and the torment of the minds of all the hell beings? It's hard to imagine. All this purified, full of this blissful blue light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani. And all the trillions and trillions and trillions of karmic seeds created by the mind that haven't yet ripened is all the suffering, because that's the source of what we do with our body and speech as well. All of it purified, annihilated by this blissful blue light filling all of us. And the sound of this mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we'll do a few more prayers. And then we'll do the second part of the meditation, visualizing all the goodness coming. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of the karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the truth of by the power of the Dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, just do the happy part. No, the manifesting all of the results of virtue. the three different next stages of the meditation. So Lama Chenrezig again continues to be happily sending, this time the white light from the brow into the brows of every one of us. But this time, now that we've purified, we haven't purified all the nonsense. So then this light, what will it do now? It will enhance all the goodness. That's what's left. Virtues are at the core of our being. They can't be destroyed. That's because they're rooted in reality. They're rooted in dependent arising. That's not evident to us now. Virtues are part of the mind. They can't be removed. That's nihilistic to think that. When the mind is fully developed, and we're imagining this now, there is only virtue left. There is only goodness. There is only clarity. There is only wisdom, because they're the parts, they're the contents of the mind, and they're rooted in dependent arising, which is reality. So they can't be removed. So now imagine this white light filling all of us. Now, because all the delusions are gone, all the nonsense of the body. So it's the body we're talking about here. I got lost. So because all the delusions are gone, now the bodies that we have, imagine now all the bodies of bodhisattvas and Buddhas, now all the bodies we've got are only healthy. So imagine all the suffering beings now, the white light filling everyone, and now their bodies are radiant. Their bodies are happy. Their bodies are full of well-being and radiant. And the point is, can only benefit now. Can only benefit. So imagine we're full of this marvelous white light and the power, first of all, even of just these bodies, to benefit whoever sees us, whoever touches us, who has contact. But not just that, it also manifests the potential for every one of us to be able to manifest in countless numbers of bodies, which is the power of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, to be a benefit to sentient beings. Can we imagine? And using this body only to benefit, full of this marvelous potential. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so happily sends red beams from his throat that enter into the throats of all the beings. And now, because all the rubbish of the speech is gone, there's only the capacity to be of benefit with whatever sound. And in the Buddhism, they're running around manifesting as hell beings and dogs. They're manifesting as birds and mosquitoes. They're manifesting as little insects. They're manifesting as humans. So whatever sound they make will benefit whoever hears it, because they're Buddhas, you know. So our speech, especially articulate speech, which is the skill of the humans, which is what can benefit and help beings get enlightened. So feel now every word you say will benefit sentient beings. How amazing. And you'll be able to lead beings to enlightenment by telling them methods, the power of speech. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now the mind, now blue light coming from Lama Chenrezig entering the hearts of all the beings. And this time, now the delusions have all gone. So filling us with what else but the virtues, wisdom that sees things as they are. Love, compassion, contentment, bliss, all these qualities that are the core of our being. Imagine all these manifesting for every single sentient being. Bliss. How amazing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 hung. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. A few more times of prayer, and then we do the final part of the meditation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we finish the meditation. This time, we now feel we're all liberated. We're all liberated from samsara, but we can do more. We can become Buddhas. So it's like, this is like, it's a silly idea, but it's like a second rinse. We now wash away, we now purify even what they call the obstacles to omniscience, even the subtlest imprints left over from all of that. Even though we're out of samsara, there's still something left. And that's comes from combining it with bodhicitta. So then even the subtlest imprints are removed. And so the lights come from the Lord Buddha. Chenrezig sends the three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, removing even these subtlest imprints, and we all manifest as Chenrezig. How amazing. Om mani padme hum. 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 And now we do the dedication. We'll do the motivation as a dedication. We'll finish. We rely upon, we go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yudas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma Kaya. And may every wish we've had, may they be fulfilled. May it manifest. That's it, we're done. So quickly, Amy, tell us why you're stuck in Perth, you people. What happened in Australia?
We came to visit my mum who lives here, and shortly after we arrived, we heard that the WA government has shut the borders to Victorians again because there's cases again in Victoria.
Because the point is COVID-19 is nearly finished in Australia, isn't it?
Well, it was, but there's been a resurgence in New South Wales and Victoria.
Just a few cases, like a half a dozen, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Whereas, dying by the thousands every day here in the States and in Italy and England and other places, apparently. So you're stuck in Perth, 2,500 miles from Melbourne.
Yeah. So now we're here at Mum's, the four of us, just in this house for the next 2 weeks till we fly home.
Then you fly home or drive home across another border?
Oh, no, flying.
That was the best decision we made because we were thinking about driving over, and that would have been disastrous.
4 days to get home. So
okay. Well, lucky Australia. At least it kind of
Well, we're very lucky.
Maybe the prayer's been working in Australia. Maybe you Australians have been praying harder. Okay, you guys. Okay, people. Thank you so much, everybody, and everybody on YouTube. We can't see. It's so amazing. We're doing this little bit of work together. It's incredible. Keep moving, everybody. Much love. In Wales, Carol in Wales, Susie in Timbuktu or Hastings or somewhere in England, Anna in Liverpool, And then plenty of poms. Look, lots of poms there. Viva, where are you again? Where are you down? You're down south, aren't you? Okay, all of you. And then Yuval. Isla in Scotland. Yeah, the UK have won the day today. All the UK people. Okay, you darlings. Goodbye. Much love. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'll take over. I'll let you all leave, so that's fine. If you would like to stay, you can stay. It's as you like. It's perfectly okay. Okay, so we continue with the practice, and again, checking the motivation why we are doing this. And I would like to start actually with the prayer of that Khandrila composed, and it's kind of a somehow confession, or it's kind of getting us back to what is really important and why this is happening, because again, at the moment there is this corona, and we think that once all this is finished, we will go back to normal life. Yes, we will go back to normal life, but question is it really normal? I mean, is it really normal that we follow our negative emotions and sometimes don't really care what it does to us and what it does to the environment? So I'll show the text usually. So then if you want to recite with me, it's a very beautiful prayer, more kind of talking to oneself and becoming aware of what is really important. Okay, so I'll open the screen. Okay, so it's from Khandro Namsel Dorje Rinpoche. I think most of you know her. She is one of His Holiness's. Oh, you don't see it yet, I think. It's one of His Holiness's oracles. Here we go. Ogyen Rinpoche, please help. Due to the karmic appearances of sentient beings in this degenerate bad time, the world is pervaded by pandemic disease. We have fallen into a prison without shelter and without hope. Isolated, without protection, and without an army, we cry out in despair. The epidemic has turned heaven and earth upside down. I ask the Buddhas of the 3 times to listen to me. I reveal openly that because sentient beings cling to a self, why the self does not exist, externally the elements are disturbed. I reveal openly that due to the hallucinated mind grasping a true existence while true existence does not exist, beings are appropriated by the 3 poisons. I reveal openly that controlled by the black poisonous snake of self-conception, we act for our victory while pursuing the defeat of others. This hallucinated mind, grasping to a self and true existence, conceives samsara's perfections as if they were a pure refuge. Suddenly, the deadly epidemic comes, the graveyard of the maturation of actions, and the samsara's perfections, like dirt and stones, become devoid of happiness. The time has come for great affection and great compassion. The experience of ripening in accordance with causes and their effects is certain. The dependent relationship is undeceiving. In the objective and vibrant appearance, the sensory object that brings happiness is grasped with attachment and appropriated by sentient beings. But it is like a dream. Bless me so that I may see dependent arising and emptiness. Bless me so that I may see emptiness and dependent arising. After realizing that dependent arising does not exist intrinsically, bless me to see the reality of the mind. Controlled by the hallucinated mind that conceives a self that does not exist, the chronic sickness of selfishness that protects friends and eliminates enemies, destroys this and future lives in a continuum of suffering like the ripples of water. Not understanding that sentient beings are our mothers and their kindness, we act with ingratitude. This I reveal openly. I reveal openly that after entering the cycle of pure Dharma of the Vajra vehicle, I have degenerated the samayas received through initiation. Vajradhara, from the sphere of Dharmakaya without elaborations, you are the precious treasure that fulfills all desires and needs. Vajradhara, white lotus of emptiness and compassion, venerable, pervading all families, dispeller of the three times, you are the only refuge that eliminates the darkness of ignorance. You are the Buddha, but I considered you a normal human being. This I reveal openly. Though I have received the teachings of infallibility of actions and result, like performing a theatrical act, I wear the mask of Dharma, while supporting my life by corrupted means. This I reveal openly. I reveal openly that although there is no other refuge but the three rare and supreme, I relied on non-Buddhist teachings. I reveal openly that although there are various vehicles within the pure Dharma, I let the mind pursue the erroneous views of psychology. I openly reveal that although the freedoms and endowments are difficult to obtain and are highly meaningful, the useless activities increase. I reveal openly that although I possess the wisdom of the primordial mind, I do not see that my mind is the Dharmakaya. Not understanding how appearances arise from the base, I regard Dharmakaya and Nirmanakaya as newly produced that I openly reveal. In short, thanks to the strength of the Lama's kindness, I can realize that all appearances of samsaric beings are devoid of true existence, always free, self-liberated, directly free. Lama Vajradhara, you are the embodiment of all three roots. You are our only refuge and hope, satisfying all wishes. From the magical illusion of the three supreme bodies, precious, omniscient, compassionate, I beg you to pacify epidemics, famines, and wars. In the state without referent, I reveal all the negative actions of the three doors of us sentient beings affected by ignorance. Though the confession who confesses and the object of confession do not exist, I confess as an illusion in a state of non-intrinsic nature. Dharma friends close to me and acquaintances, please apply yourself in Dharma, reflecting on the difficulty of obtaining freedoms and endowments. Apply yourselves in the Dharma of an adventitious impermanence. Apply yourselves in the Dharma of infallibility of actions and their results. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflection on the disadvantages of samsara. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflecting on the advantages of liberating. Apply yourselves in Dharma reflecting on universal responsibility. Compassion, altruism, and the mind of enlightenment are the precious riches that do not deceive. In particular, apply yourself in the Dharma of the Vajra vehicle of the secret mantra that frees upon meeting it. Apply yourself in the Dharma, which is the sublime essence, endowed with emptiness and great compassion, the spontaneous and perfect nature. Rest assured that the Dharma is solely to pacify yourself and benefiting others. Stop worrying. If you rely on powerful deities, all suffering becomes an aid to happiness. Never separate yourself, even at the cost of your life, from the refuge of the three rare and supreme ones who do not deceive. Faith and compassion are the foundation of all that you desire. Do not be afraid. Make requests from the bottom of your heart. Ask continually for blessings, the Lama deity. In case you can act on the results of your actions, what is the purpose of worrying and being sorry? In the case that you cannot do anything about the results of actions, what is the purpose of worrying and being sorry? If you recite the mantras Mani, Benzantare with request, you will certainly free yourself from all obstacles. May there be the auspiciousness of the Lama and the three jewels. May there be the auspiciousness of reality free from denial and affirmation. May there be the auspiciousness of happiness of sentient beings, the mothers. May there be the auspiciousness of seeing the compassionate Lama. May there be the auspiciousness of spontaneous fulfillment of the four enlightened activities. May there be the auspiciousness of seeing and hearing the excellent path of liberation. May there be the auspiciousness of spontaneous fulfillment of the fruition of the spontaneous realization of the three exalted bodies. May there be the auspiciousness of complete prosperity. So then she continued to say, I think right now, due to the coronavirus pandemic disease that has spread throughout the world, human beings are afraid of losing their lives and suffering of multiple losses, such as financial loss. Therefore, just like one family, the beings on this planet are all experiencing great torment together. I have been asked what could be done to quickly bring this disease to an end. My advice is to practice the Guru Yoga of the Supreme Arya, who has the lotus in his hand, Chenrezig, inseparable, with the one who embodies the great compassion of all the conquerors, the manifestation of the union of emptiness and great compassion, the dispeller of the three times, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So people can also recite as much as possible the mantra of the 6 syllables, the mantra of the name of the Mahaguru, Padmasambhava. In particular, to quickly eliminate the disease, I think it would be of great benefit if Tibetan and allopathic medicine in combination sought a remedy or vaccine. As for myself, being a Buddhist, I make intense requests to the three rare and precious ones, which are infallible, and I practice as much as possible the 4 enlightened activities combined with prayers. After having received sincere requests from many friends from around the world, I have composed this writing on March 30th. So that has been in March, and since then, we started to recite it in a group. Like at the beginning, we did every day, every morning. And so we all thought that this whole thing would be finished kind of pretty soon. We didn't think that we would still recite it the next year, but as it is. So we're still reciting it. And so because with the prayers that we do also here every Saturday. So it's a nice way that it starts with the Chenrezig practice. So we can do that. We can start with that. Here we go. Okay. So first is taking refuge. Again, before we say the words, is really important. Not just important, but it's also very meaningful to really think, what does it mean, refuge for me? And as Kandrila says, do not be afraid, just take refuge. Start to trust in, whatever actions we have done that have not been purified, we will endure the suffering, whether we want or not. So there's no point of being afraid, but it's still good to be careful and to do, the measures that our governments are telling us, but also to try to protect ourselves with spiritual measures or with our Dharma practice. And especially to transform everything into the past, because even without the coronavirus, there will still be suffering. So this is it. As long as we are in samsara, we will not find one place where there is constant lasting happiness, even though we want it. So it's good to feel really grateful for yourself that you are interested in doing these things. So it's not, it's not obvious. Not everybody does. And to be grateful in our gurus who are giving us these methods. So when you, as an object of refuge, we can visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig with 11 heads standing on a lotus, a moon disc, and he has a luminous body, and his heart is the syllable 3 standing on a lunar disc, on a moon disc, and around it is the mantra Mani Padme Hum. And then you mix that visualization, you mix it, you unified with your guru. So when we visualize Chenrezig, very often there's not much happening in our hearts. But then when you put the guru just beside it, then, and you visualize your guru, then we start to wake up and we have this joy of having this guru or the gurus. We feel the connection, we feel protected, we know that we can ask for advice, we have definitely understood if we follow the advice that it, in some extent, it always transforms something. So then there is this respect and the devotion and especially the joy and the gratitude, the appreciation. So then you just let the guru melt into the form of Chenrezig. So that can be His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that can be Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, that can be any other being that you regard as your master, as your guru. And so this figure of taking refuge, trust that we feel protected. Really, this is a very strong connection. So then the guru can actually help us. If there's no connection, then they cannot help us. And what is important also, that is the last line here, that we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That we have this urge and we have this wish, not just to heal my sicknesses, my pain, my financial problems, and those of all others, but to really heal that cognitive error that we're making of this dualistic thinking, so that we can live our potential of universal compassion, universal wisdom, and then through that have skillful means in order to guide others. So in order to open up the heart also, we visualize our dad at our right side, our mom at our left side, even if they have already passed away. You visualize them as you can remember them alive. It's thanks to them that we have this body. So when you connect to the body, just a very quick, but from the bottom of your heart, thank you to mom and dad for giving you this body. Then people we dislike, or people who dislike us, or that we have a problem with, we put in front of us. People who make us nervous or tight in the chest. People that we do like, where we open up again, they are behind us, and around us are all mother sentient beings of the 6 realms, and we think that we are leading them in taking refuge. All sentient beings equal to space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then if you have initiation, you see that your visualization, it melts into light. Small ball of very bright white light comes to the crown of your head through your central channel, absorbs into you, into your heart chakra. And while it is doing that, you just dissolve everything into emptiness, knowing that whatever appears to us does not exist the way that it appears. These 5 contaminated aggregate, the 80 conceptions that arise to attachment, aversion, and wrong views, all of this just totally dissolves into the sphere of thusness or suchness. And then out of this luminous space, if you have initiation, you yourself arise as Arya Chenrezig with 1,000 arms, 11 heads, 2 legs, standing on lotus and moon disc. Your body is totally translucent, totally transparent, made out of light, radiating light, like the sun in all directions, and very, very far, like to the end of space. And as we recite the mantra, you can visualize that these light rays are supporting, healing, bringing trust and harmony, and basically everything, whatever being wants, well-being in whatever form that may come. And as these light rays touch all these sentient beings, especially people in the hospitals, people who are working in the hospitals, people who have suffered a lot because of this COVID-19 situation, and it transforms them immediately into Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani peme hum. Om mani padme 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 hum. Then we recite the prayer. As you recite this prayer, it's good to think that you are actually Thangtong Gyalpo, and that by reciting it, that it will definitely help the situation, whoever is involved in it. And also now with the vaccines, I don't know how it is in other parts of the world, but definitely Europe, not everybody is very enthusiastic wanting to get the vaccine. Everybody wants to not to get sickness, but then with the vaccination, there's a lot of distrust. So maybe also we can recite it for the sake of like that this vaccine is not harmful and that it will really stop the pandemic. We need to have some conditions for the pandemic to stop. So at the moment, the only thing is the vaccine. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life and good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And in Lama Zopa Rinpoche, at the beginning also, he sent out these two mantras, Vaja Armor Protection Speech and Black Manjushri. We can recite each one 3 times, then blow in our open hand that you put underneath the chin, and then breathe it in. So this works especially well when you're wearing a mask, because then you don't have to put your hand, because you're breathing it in naturally because of your mask. So then instead of seeing the mask as a disadvantage, that you're breathing in your breathed out air, then all of a sudden it becomes an advantage. So we can see, we can turn everything into something beneficial. Om Padma Shabari Pe Neng Parshig Naganantayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vashrena Rakshasha Rakshasoha. Om Padma Shabari Pe Neng Parshig Naganantayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vashrena Rakshasoha. Om Padma Shabari Pe Neng Parshig Naganantayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vashrena Rakshasoha. Then Black Manjushri. Om trasu, chusu, turtasu, turmisu, ningo, lachu, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. Om trasu, chusu, turtasu, turmisu, ningo, lachu, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. Om trasu, chusu, turtasu, turmisu, ningo, lachu, kala, cha, kamsham, trampe, peso, ha. Then the dedication, so that the positive energy does not get lost, and at one point it will really bring us to full awakening. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Chiten kam dia pende malu pa kan le chue sampel chishin no kajin chume tensing yatsula sawadep so tu chelun sho. Then fulfillment of his wishes. Donyani cheson to shope Lam se te selche gan chen ten jurgen jana pe moten singato la savatepso Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all other teachers who are showing the path to full awakening, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma to achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. We seal it with emptiness, because without a direct understanding of emptiness, no way we can escape samsara. due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, thank you very much. I think Champa Chötso is here, so that's Kara. Yeah. Hi.
How are you today?
I am very well, thank you. I think I inherited some people from Venerable Rabina who are still here. So anyway, thank you very much for listening to me. And it's great that we are doing this practice, and so fantastic, you know. How's the situation in the States?
Oh, it's not so good. We're in lockdown, and it's,
yeah,
you know, it was a very quiet holiday. People stayed in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, because they were with Venerable Rabina, you know, they were talking about Australia where they do lockdown when there's 12 infections.
Oh, wow.
In Australia, so this is why they have such few infections. They have almost nothing.
But lockdown here is not what lockdown is in Australia.
Yeah, I think they're not locked down. They can just not go to other areas. But I think in their own area they can move freely.
Okay.
So that it's not so harmful for business also.
Right.
But it looks like that's a good system. That really seems to work. Or they just have the karma what to do, which we don't have. Yeah. Europe and the United States. Okay.
Okay.
So thank you very much for taking over, and see you again.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Carol Gyalpo Chötso. I'm from in San Francisco at Chenrezig Center, and it's my pleasure and honor to do this session. And I just rejoice in everyone who's joining, whether it's here or on YouTube. Just the fact that these prayer sessions are continuing is really wonderful. And I feel like it's just, we're fortunate to have the wonderful advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and to be able to do something that can benefit beings. So to get started, let's just take a moment to set our motivation and to kind of center our minds. Just bringing the mind just gently to the breath. Just observing, breathing in, breathing out. And as you do, just check your spine. Make sure that it's straight but not stiff, that your shoulders are relaxed. If you're on a cushion or a chair, just feel very stable so that the body is supported and at rest, and the mind is light and focused. So just breathing at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. And just allow the mind to rest with the breath. Just knowing when I breathe in, I'm breathing in. And when I breathe out, I know that I'm breathing out. And then it's good to set our motivation, because from a Buddhist perspective, motivation determines so much of the outcome of an action. You know, we can do positive actions with very negative motivation, and the result is not positive. So we all know when we've done things like that, whether it's for show or to impress someone. Likewise, we can do negative actions with a very positive motivation, you know, pushing someone to save them from and get them out of the way of a car, you know, abruptly moving a child from danger or something. And then there are a lot of mixed actions, but we can control, if we can control our motivation and keep it in a place of benefit, of really coming from the wish to benefit others, then the results of our actions will be beneficial. So just taking a moment to think that just as I wish to be free of suffering, so does every single sentient being, especially now when we've all been going through such difficult times. Just recognize that we're all in this together, suffering in different ways, but basically all suffering. And then remembering that this path offered by the Buddha is the way out of our suffering. We can realize our mistaken view, as Venerable Rita talked about, realizing emptiness. So just seeing things as just arising from causes and conditions, not existing so independently as they appear in our minds. Seeing ourselves interconnected with all beings. Just recognizing that what we do affects so many and vice versa. And so in this way, remembering this path of the Buddha, to take ourselves essentially out of ourselves, out of the power of a very self-directed mind. This mind, sometimes we call it the self-cherishing I, because it's a mistaken mind. It's a mind that really thinks happiness arises from satisfying all my needs. And in fact, that's the way to suffering. It's like, we all know that, it's one thing, you may have one need satisfied, but then there's something else. There's always something else. So there's an analogy saying it's like trying to quench our thirst by drinking salt water. So setting our minds to this path of the Buddha, this view of seeing all things as interdependent, ourselves included. And just making a wish at this point to really strive to transform my mind, to come to a place where I can see the faults and the foolishness of self-cherishing and turn my mind to cherishing others, every sentient being. And for that purpose, I'm going to strive at this path to enlightenment. And that I'm going to make a wish that I might really attain enlightenment to benefit others. This altruistic wish to attain enlightenment for others. It's called bodhicitta. And at this time when so many are suffering, it's the best motivation. It's the motivation that creates the causes for us to attain enlightenment. So with this thought in mind, let's take this time now to do this prayer liberating Sakya from disease, this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. So let's begin with the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of compassion, we can visualize this beautiful white figure of Chenrezig, or you can just visualize white light in front of you, just above your crown. And you can visualize yourself seated comfortably, surrounded by all beings in human form. Everyone sitting quite comfortably and harmoniously. And as we recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's body, or from this vision of white light, radiate out, entering your crown, and begin to fill your body, so that becomes completely filled with this compassionate, sometimes we call it nectar, or these rays of light. It's just energy, this energy of compassion. So we'll recite many Om Mani Padme Hum as many times as we can. So I'll start just with a chant a few. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme.